Hey guys, I'm here with the brand new Mage's Initiation. I think I got it just a few hours after it came out, and I've actually been excited about this game for a few years. They released a really cool, trailer, uh, proof of concept sort of thing a while back. Let's go with this. Might have to turn the music down just a smidge.
We all have a beginning. A moment that changes us, shapes us into who we are.
I really love the old Sierra
For some,
adventure games.
It is a quiet turn.
And this is
planned,
basically a
ushered
callback to
in
those.
with precision. For others, it is a sharper twist of fate, leaving scars that never heal. For most, these moments are endured, accepted, even
Pixel art's
forgotten,
pretty good.
while there are those who struggle to forgive, to forget. And there are some, just a few, who pass through the fire, wanting more. I know my beginning. I know where it will take me. It will fall to me, Dark, the mightiest of mages, to face my demons and save Eliwold. I summon you, fiend of the lower world. Rise and face your bane.
I kinda hoped he would pronounce his name differently.
Dark, wake up! You can daydream after your initiation. The masters are waiting for you in the hallowed hall.
Oh man, so many memories right away.
It's a combination dial. I see Bort has set it to Shadow, Earth, Shadow. The pillars were once used to ward off undesirables. That is, anyone who was not a mage.
I don't know if I care for the audio reverb for his internal monologue. Oh, this is exactly like the older games. Okay, let's set everything down just a bit.
The door is ajar. Bort.
It's a good thing I found you, Dark. It's not like I can check the records hall, and my finder amulet doesn't work anymore.
I shouldn't interrupt another mage's studies.
Nervous? You should be. Just don't be late like I was, unless you want to repeat a whole year. Good luck.
I don't know the combination.
Water, air, earth. It's a handy little trinket, let me tell you, though I wouldn't use it to keep track of someone you're interested in. They don't seem to like that. Or so I've heard. Anyhow, mine hasn't worked since its magical emerald faded. It's a special kind of large gemstone, said to be blessed by the elements. There aren't many like it. I got mine from the Greencap Goblins.
Why don't you just go back to their camp and ask for another one?
I would, but
You're comfortable here.
there is that. Also, there's no way I could find their camp again without them wanting me to. Or without using my finder amulet.
Which doesn't work.
You see my problem.
Interesting.
Only a select few are allowed in there, outside of the masters. It was established to keep track of hall traffic, so that the less frequented halls could be removed.
Alright, let's see what happens when I give some nonsense inputs.
Words won't help me find the books I want. There are too many books to read for one lifetime, though Bort is working on it. He has a protection spell on them so they don't go missing. I will need his help if I want to find anything. Bort, friend and earth mage.
What was that combination again?
What was the...
Water?
Water, air, earth.
A pot filled with soil and a few budding seeds. It appears to be an incantation for growing a pine cone out of your head. This was fashionable in Dominatra about 5 years ago. It is a book of mages, past and present.
There's a lot of little things to
The
check
indoor
out.
trees are an aesthetic touch. They don't actually hold the hall up.
Oh, come on. You missed out on an opportunity for efficiency.
I need to enter a combination for the hall I want to visit. Then...
Water, air, earth.
Welcome, initiate.
You have trained
Seems a
long
little
and
evil.
hard under our roof. Your element has chosen you well.
Already, your time as a novice is drawing to a close.
Shut
Soon
up.
you will demonstrate mastery over your power.
The time has come to claim your element. Before you begin, you must affirm that which has chosen you. Thoughts reflect your nature and your element alike. Respond carefully.
I'm actually good with
You see
any
an old
element.
woman lost in the market quarter. She appears confused and begs you to help her.
Let's see if I can help her help herself.
A fight breaks out in the local tavern. The barkeep looks to you for help.
I guess break it up.
The giftless or non-mages are
Necessary.
What is magic for?
Hating people.
In your responses, you have demonstrated an affinity with the water. Do you agree with this assessment, Initiate?
Sure.
You have affirmed your commitment to the water. Your thoughts become fluid, and each drop sees your wisdom rise. You may request your first gifts from the sphere of knowledge.
to earn the title of your kindred. You must fulfill 3 tasks.
Your first awaits across the lake upon Lone Island. There you will find a banished priestess, her beauty rivaled only by her cunning and treachery. Take but a lock of her hair.
Your second lies within the valley of our closest mountains, where our winged guardians keep watch over the town. Most prized are their griffin's eggs. Return with one.
The forest conceals your final task. Many beings and beasts dwell there, most with laws of their own. Bring back the horn of a trinicorn.
A warning. The townspeople are tolerant of our magic, yet care little for it.
Pass by them as the gentlest breeze, and leave them to their small affairs.
Go now, focus on your tasks. You have until the new day dawns.
What?
Farewell, young novice. May your deeds ensure you a place in the memory of others.
I gotta complete
Ellen
3 quests in
Skyview.
one day? That is harsh. Alright. Can do something on my other screen and the audio's gonna flip out for a second. Every time I alt tab it doesn't appreciate it. It also doesn't have a windowed mode yet. And this was a Kickstarter game, and I still think it's a very cool concept. It's just not 100% perfect. So, 1 second. Okay.
Why risk a concussion?
I just wanted you to open it.
It is said 1 out of every 300 of these cupboards activates a portal to somewhere. I didn't get lucky. It changes according to my interests. I'm glad nobody saw it a year ago.
That's a sweet poster.
I have not worked out how to make it talk yet.
But it potentially could, which
An
is why
empty
this is
flask.
interesting.
A potion to promote the healing of wounds. I should fill this flask in the fountain hall. Mage's water is always a good thing to have. The door combinations have changed recently. I wonder if there's a water mage who'd know it. All my worldly worth.
It's probably not much, but we'll see. Okay, 30 gold. That doesn't seem awful. Okay. 12 more EXP to level up. Starting off with base points of 0 is almost demeaning. It's like, can't you just say that they're 1? Of course I don't even have any spells. So I guess as far as mages go, yeah.
My home of homes for the past 10 years.
You've been here 10 years and you don't
I've
have a
been
single
too
spell?
anxious- A shield from some defeated kingdom or other. From the days when mages were...
I am super disappointed in you, Dark. Super disappointed.
It keeps me warm at night. The candles give the illusion of being lit. I have never had to replace them.
That feels a little lazy.
Just some study notes I scribbled down.
Do they have spells?
I'll just leave it here. Study desk. A standard feature for a novice's private hall.
I mean, the fact that you get your own private room is pretty good.
My spare boots. They were useful during all those nature excursions. Bort loved getting his feet dirty. There is no dust underneath. The rug absorbs it all, once a week, expelling it into the fireplace.
That's neato.
If I need to use it, I can just do the grinding at this bench.
Oh, come on. Everyone should have a mortar and pestle on them. If the Elder Scrolls games have taught us anything.
Study desk. My friend, the king. A couple of books I never got around to reading. I did not spend the last 10 years studying, so I could snooze through my initiation.
Okay. Let's talk to Bort again. Alright, we have a new person.
Ready for your tasks?
He's
I wrote them
cray.
down for you, just in case.
I guess they're the
Do
same
not
for everyone
ask
then.
me how I know them. There is a reason I enjoy this job.
Maybe they're not the same for everyone. Otherwise
Just
I'd know
try
how he
not to
knows
make
them.
the ink run. By the way, Don't forget to acquire your first spells from the Sphere of Knowledge in the training hall. The combination is fire, light, light.
Easy enough.
Newly initiated water mage at your service.
Why does he look so old?
Our motivations are clearest, our thoughts purest. Of course, you won't get such an admission from too many here. That's ignorance for you. I have had the opportunity to speak with her on several occasions. She sees in me great potential.
He looks like he's going to be an antagonist. If I had to judge from his face.
Just my luck having to deal with that earth mage whenever I want to look something up. Anyone so interested in paper and trees must be conflicted or confused. Did you get the priestess too? She is a popular task, especially among the male initiates.
I'm sure most don't see her that way.
Are you sure you're 16? My task was to catch her echo. Sounds tricky, but as with many things, it comes down to having the right bucket handy.
Interesting advice. Truly interesting.
Do you know the combination to the fountain hall?
Have you not sailed the 3 seas? Tell you what, Dark, I'll trade you that information for a healing potion.
But
Otherwise, I hope you enjoy guesswork.
You mean how you just
the 3 C's.
told me it was water, water, water?
Some towns grow on you, others you can't wait to shed. I want to go to the capital, meet the High Masters, see their great tower. With any luck, I can avoid paying my family a visit. My parents are fine. At least they were when I last saw them a decade ago. I'm just glad I didn't take after them. Where else would anyone want to live if they had a choice? Dominatra is the only place to make a decent name for yourself. If you want to get anywhere, you have to seize the opportunities as you find them. I sense mine are almost within reach. I take it you want to cross Lorelei Lake? I have a compass that will allow you to navigate your way to the island.
Thank you.
Not so fast.
What do you want, Cray? Money?
Don't be ridiculous. I left something in the priestess's palace when I was there. I want you to get it back for me.
You mean the priestess took it from you?
I'm going to ignore that. The important thing is the item itself. A sapphire brooch, encrusted with 4 smaller stones. It was a gift from someone who has since left Eganor.
A girl?
That is my business. Now, as you know, we are not permitted on the island unless it is part of our initiation. Promise to retrieve it for me, and I will give you the compass.
All right. Deal.
Good. Here you go. Oh, and you will also need this.
A scrap of paper? What is this? A riddle of some kind?
That is for you to work out. I've held up my end. Make sure you do the same. I would hate to see you disadvantaged for breaking your word.
What is that supposed to mean?
Let us hope you don't find out.
So yeah, we're already getting shallow threats from this guy. Pretty much lived up to my initial expectations.
Take good care of it. The compass once belonged to our water master. All I'll tell you is that it's meaningless without the compass.
Alright, so we got fire, light, light. And water, water, water.
This old gem could do with a shine and polish. Even so, I can still sense its energy. It is not mine to take.
Do I get to use it?
It's me. If it isn't nailed down,
Looks like I can't use it as equipment.
this hall is largely dedicated to learning new spells via the Sphere of Knowledge. However, Varner has had other ideas. The Sphere of Knowledge. It determines whether a novice or mage is ready to receive new abilities. I hope it can't tell how much study I've done. This hall is here, more than in any other hall, respect and restraint is well advised.
Okay.
These are better suited to the giftless population.
Giftless is kind of a harsh name for them.
It's a brazier filled with coals. They don't seem to be burnt.
Alright, let's see if we get a spell.
I have waited 10 years for this.
Seeker of power, know your element. Say not, but show. Of what do I speak? Curved, flat, jagged, or smooth, delivered by salty foam. Some contain sounds, others riches, sold by the seashore.
Yeah,
I know,
seashells.
it's...
Show.
I have to find what it is asking for. Something to do with my element, I suspect. I should search the appropriate hall.
I like that they're only 3 clicks.
I thought you might come this way. Initiates enjoy partaking of the fountain before setting out on their tasks. Calms the nerves. Come, drink.
I do like this room. This is very pretty.
Works wonders, doesn't it? Of course you would know that. I cannot recall any water mage who has studied our elemental runes as thoroughly as you. I look forward to seeing you join our ranks once your tasks are completed. I remember when you were first brought here. What was it, 10 years ago? I had not long been initiated myself. Well, perhaps it was a little longer. Never mind that. I wondered then how your mother could give up such a beautiful child to strangers whose ways she could not know. Oh, but I do not mean to dredge up such memories. The past can be as potent as an illusion, and I have spent long enough studying those. You must stay focused on the tasks ahead.
I think we almost got more lore than we're supposed to have there.
Every fish one could ever want to see. I could watch them for hours. Come to think of it, I have.
That seems like a plot hole. I thought he hadn't been here much. And he also seemed to think that he hadn't studied much. But he apparently
I prefer
has.
not to disrupt this mage's routine.
According to her. Actually, let's talk to her a little more.
I am pleased to see you undertaking your tests. I knew the first day we met that you would become a great mage. You seem happier now, more than I've ever known you to be. Remember, your influence should be as the tide upon the rocks, subtle, yet persistent. May they guide us in all we do, and sustain our gratitude.
For our power?
For delivering us from the folly of humankind.
I feel like we're still dealing with the folly of humankind.
The tower has been my home since I was a child. You cannot be more safe than within these walls. Protective magic aside, in our long history, few mages have sought to harm their kin.
That's a pleasant backstory.
Where else in the tower can you find a deeper peace? A place to calm and center yourself?
I think I like being a water mage. They're all chill.
Without us, Eliwald would surely fall to the twin scourges, pollution and invention.
What's wrong with invention?
Let others see through us. for we conceal all in plain sight. I could not be happier than where I am right now. I have seen many mages pass through this hall over the years, and have taught my fair share. I look forward to you joining our ranks. One of my most promising students. He has great ambition. I suspect your streams will merge someday.
I bet no matter what your element is, he is the same element as you.
I considered following that path, but it would have deprived me the chance to train the young ones. Too high a price I felt for a seat in the hallowed hall. As for the masters themselves, I have always looked up to them, for they represent the best of us and confirm the wisdom of our elements.
I wonder if they actually get to talk to their elements, sort of like the shamans sometimes can do in World of Warcraft.
She remains my mentor and friend, though I see her less often nowadays.
Well, not World of Warcraft, but general Warcraft lore.
When you first came to us, there were some who maintained you were not up to what awaited you. I believed, and still do, that your element chose you for a reason. Find that reason, Dark, and hold on to it. What student of the water would not be content to soak up the tranquility of this province? Have you given any thought to what you will do after your initiation?
To be honest, not really. I thought I'd stay here a bit longer, maybe specialize in some area or another.
Do you ever think about returning home?
Sometimes. Most mages don't, though.
That is true. Many view it as unnecessary. 10 years is a long time. Memories fade.
So we get taken when he was
influenced
6.
by our magic.
It saves much heartache and allows both chosen and their families
Oh, no.
to carry on with their
They
lives.
magically take away
In
some of their
theory.
memories of their family? That's shitty.
Do you miss your family, Dark?
I miss recalling their faces, their voices, what they were like, whether they laughed. Things like that.
You've coped well.
I've been kept busy, and I'm grateful I haven't had to spend my life hauling Galags through the mud. They're the most stubborn creatures you could imagine.
All the same, you may permit yourself some time to reflect on where you've come from.
It's better to focus on what I'm doing and where I'm going. I don't need the distraction. It's too...
It's all right. The path of the chosen is not without its hardships, even if our pain is invisible to others. Do you regret coming here, Dark?
Why would you think that?
Sometimes I see it in your eyes. A longing.
Sure, to be initiated.
It's more than that. You yearn for something. Something you had once, but have lost.
If you're referring to my former home, leaving was neither my doing nor within my control.
You resent your lack of choice?
Since when do the chosen get to choose? Don't misunderstand me. I could not have loved my time here more. I just wonder.
How things might have been had your element not chosen you.
Yes, but it did. And here I am.
I wonder how their element chooses them.
My most recently initiated student, Cray, is hoping to transfer to the water tower of Dominatra. I do not fancy his chances. Fierce does not begin to describe the competition there. I am not one to gossip, but I have heard a rumor that there may be a big event planned in the capital in the coming months. Expect from this neither the easiest nor fairest of tests. Lorelei Lake must not be underestimated. Though serene in appearance, many have lost their lives to its depths.
Hopefully a water mage has an advantage on the lake.
A realm of isolation, and a just and fitting one at that. She gains perverse gratification from playing with the minds of those who enter her domain. Impressionable guests are often influenced to walk headlong into perilous traps. She makes lies seem as truths, and her truths obscure lies. Amancool is a dark and twisted soul, whose tainting of her own water magic has corrupted her beyond redemption. Amancool was once a water mage, but she discovered a darker path. The priestess was able to avoid detection for some time before the order caught up with her. By then, she had caused unimaginable suffering for the foolish few who followed her.
I guess she became a cult leader, which makes sense for someone who gets by tricking people.
The stories of her misguided followers are equally tragic. They have paid the price for their lack of judgment. Sometimes I wonder if we should have allowed her to persist this long. Still, she retains some usefulness to the masters.
As what? A test for us?
One so vain will not give up such a treasure easily. Not when it's unlikely to grow back.
That's interesting. Why wouldn't it grow back?
By the way, Dark, if you have not yet visited the observation hall, you should do so.
How do I access it?
Try light, air, air.
Okay.
Dark, before you go, sometimes I glimpse the dreams of those closest to me. Often they make little sense, but yours of late have been clear.
I dream of demons, whatever they mean.
You dream of greatness, the mightiest of mages.
Is that a bad thing?
If one's motives are pure, no. But few achieve so delicate a balance, and fewer still maintain it.
What are you singing?
Let the trials you face reflect your true nature. The lessons you learn will serve you, perhaps even save you. Good luck, Dark.
Maybe he has a dark future ahead of him. Oh, this looks cool.
A bag of blue and red marbles. There might be something useful to collect.
Fortunately, I cut off whatever that dude was about to say.
That is a strange looking hat.
Uh,
There might be something.
I know that hat. It's from
I can never
Graham
keep track of those foreign birds.
in King's Quest V.
There might be some. These notes are probably important.
If the wind were to change direction by exactly 42 degrees...
That's quite a large declination.
I would have the answer.
Jonas? Jonas!
Huh? You startled me. I was making a precise calculation of...
Birds.
Well, I knew what it was a moment ago. I suppose you were off to take your test now, I remember my initiation, I think. It had to do with toads. Or was it frogs? Something messy, anyway. They always are, these things.
I've got 3 trials. If you only had 1, you got off easy.
Try not to worry too much about the tests. They are challenging, but they can also be a lot of fun. You just have to get through the life-threatening parts.
Maybe this is why mages don't fight much. They need to keep up the population.
Imagine if there was a 5th element, or 6th. Someone should write a book about that.
Or a movie. I get it.
It has the best view in Ignore. Why go out into the world when you can see it all from here? Why? Do you know any? You can never have enough air. Trust me. You know me, always doing something productive, in a sense.
So he's an air mage and a bit of an airhead.
Never see much of them. Then again, I do not see a lot of anybody. Few mages visit my observation hall. A pity. There is much to enjoy if you sit back and look. That reminds me, I must start keeping notes on my discoveries. Wonder what today's were. We once enjoyed a long, stimulating chat about... well, it must have been memorable.
To her?
I know the name. Don't tell me.
You know what? I suddenly don't feel like this guy is useful.
May I use your telescope?
Of course. What do you want to see?
Lone Island.
All right. All set.
That skill.
I see the palace on Lone Island.
Is it an illusion? Is there a reason it's flickering
Is
like
there
that?
something wrong with your telescope, Jonas? The palace on Lone Island keeps appearing and disappearing.
Have you tried not blinking?
I'm being serious.
How awful. Oh, I know. It's some kind of water magic or other. Those bubbly blues do love their illusions. My telescope, poor thing, is trying to counter it.
So if I go there, I
Oh,
won't
I
be
get
able
it.
to see it?
Exactly. See what?
Never mind.
So
Keep
he's an
your head
airhead,
in the clouds.
a bird brain, got his head in the clouds. I get it. Okay, looks like we've unlocked all the rooms. Time to get our first spell.
Receive your power.
Yes!
Zoop. Alright, we leveled up off that. Dabbling.
The sphere has judged you worthy, I take it. Excellent. You are progressing well.
Thanks to you.
Ah, but that is my duty, no? A far cry from this training hall's intended purpose. When our warriors outnumbered the scholars. Do you know what you are seeking yet?
A lock of the priestess's hair, a griffin's egg, and a trinicorn's horn.
One might think we were training thieves. Good luck in your tasks. Feel free to consult with me if you wish, and do not forget, the world beyond these walls is treacherous. Trust no one. Now, to business. Your trials mark your competence to carry a conductor. Take this.
It's basically a wand that's also brass knuckles.
It's a shiny new conductor.
Bear it well. It will channel your element's gifts, allowing you to perform less passive magic.
He's got an eye
It's
marked in
handy in
his
a
wrist.
fight, you mean?
More like essential. Listen carefully, Doc. The conductor is to be used strictly for defense, and under no circumstances are you to inflict harm upon the giftless humans within the town's walls. This law transcends all others, and has done so since the Orkstein Wars. Now that you have received the first of your spells, I suggest you familiarize yourself with your new abilities.
Okay, so got... I can talk to creatures of the water. I can shoot water. Ice shard. And clear. Probably invisibility. 2 MP, 4 MP, 2 MP to create water.
Your raw skills are another matter. As you gain knowledge and experience, ensure to invest them wisely. That way you will improve the attributes best suited to your nature. In this lies the key to unlocking your greater potential. Consider how your recent experience might best benefit you. Decide which areas you wish to improve in.
Constitution. Health is always important. Accuracy of spells. I mean, obviously you'll need some magic. Oh, strength inflicts damage to your spells as well. Mage is more like mana. We get 5 mana per point. We get 55 health per point. We'll just go balanced for now.
The conductor alone is a powerful weapon, but it can be made more so. As you venture beyond the safety of the tower, you may chance upon the odd gemstone. These are known to contain particular properties for those who can assess and harness them. When set into your conductor, you will find your abilities enhanced. Only 2 may be embedded at any one time. I have been keeping one such gem for you. Consider it an early initiation gift. I confess the power contained within that gem has waned over time. It will not take you long to locate a better one. For now, though, it will suffice. Set it into one of your conductor slots.
Okay. 1
Well done.
intelligence.
I shall teach you about your newly acquired combat spells. A challenger for Dark!
When this is over, can I have your private hall?
Okay, Doc. Let us start at the beginning. While Ice Shard may be your first spell, think of it as your last line of defense. It
Why's
uses
that?
little mana, but packs a powerful punch once mastered. Go ahead and cast it at your opponent. Your accuracy may suffer in the beginning. Apply your intelligence at any given opportunity to improve your prowess. The Clear spell will enclose you inside a fluidic bubble, rendering you impervious to harm for a short time.
Oh shit, that was just
The force of the
invisibility.
barrier will also push nearby foes away. Cast it on yourself now. Good. Remember, enemies won't attack what they can't see. You, however, may continue to cast magic while the spell is active. Now that we have covered everything, would you like a one-on-one practice session?
Definitely. It's a little hard to dodge spells.
Well done, Tyler. As for you, Doc, you'll have to do better than that if you ever hope to become a fully fledged mage.
Oh, come on. This is my first time having magic. But I think the lesson I learned was just don't worry about running, don't worry about defense,
Now you are
just spam
prepared
your attack spells hard as
for leaving
possible.
the tower, at least. Should you yearn for further knowledge, seek the Mixing Martial with Magical Compendium in our reading hall.
That sounds like good advice.
Without Bort's help?
Ah, yes. Varner loves that one.
That's handy.
You should be able to locate it.
Only you would know a bookfinding spell.
Okay, it is a common misconception that brains and brawn are mutually exclusive. How can a mage be a warrior when devoting long years towards introspective study instead of armed combat? Our early disciples discovered long ago the difficulty in channeling our natural abilities as effectively as one might wield a sword. While a small handful of spells may be adapted to a broad range of uses, immeasurable concentration is required to shape said spells into their intended forms. A small price to pay for flexibility, perhaps. In the heat of battle, however, maintaining focus is a constant challenge. This renders combative variants of our abilities almost impossible to cast with sufficient speed, unless one possesses either great experience or excessive luck. It's of little surprise, then, that most of our original kin never achieved mastery of their skills on the battlefield. It is of even less surprise that this limitation was eliminated due to the creativity of the fire caste and the forming of the first conductors. Those unfamiliar with such tools may be quick to describe them as magical weapons, yet like the wands of our mythological counterparts, their purpose is to channel and amplify the power of its bearer, and permit a more rapid and lethal utilization of our talents. In short, conductors permit us to cast as freely and offensively as the elements intended. For the technically minded, raw spells are directed into the device, which in turn shapes them into the desired effect. Human factors, such as mental fatigue, are removed from the equation. Many conductors are created with slots, niches into which specific enchanted artifacts, primarily gemstones, can be inserted to further enhance the potency and potential of the mage's spellcasting. Depending on the artifact, the power, speed, or duration of a spell may be increased. There is one notable limitation. While wielding a conductor, the mage has no creative control over his or her natural talents, and any non-combative effects are nullified. As such, mages are encouraged to equip their conductors only when combat is the last remaining option available. Elements guide us.
None can appreciate one's element more than an earth mage. It is in our nature, if you'll pardon the pun.
Sure.
My tasks were somewhat different from yours. I had to bring back the skin of a 50-foot panther snake, a pearl from the bottom of the lake. We had mermaids back then. You would have loved that. And the cap from a green cap goblin. I am just glad it was not a red cap. Those goblins dip their caps in blood and are not too particular about whose. Fortunately for me, the green caps were partial to tonics. I taught them how to make a special one.
Sounds like they got drunk. Good
Igonor's
job.
tower is unique, at least for 3 days' walk in any northerly direction. Then you'll find another exactly like it. It's the best job in the world to be caretaker of every book in this hall. Someday, I will have read them all. I have a fondness for natural studies, which should not surprise you. Also, I have taken a liking to history. I doubt you would be interested in that. You're wearing the wrong color for a start.
Oh, come on.
I'm more inclined to research past the commonly known texts. The earlier, the better. You know, the stories of how the elements cleansed the old world, and how mages rose from among the giftless to protect what was left.
So this might actually be like a post-apocalyptic world.
There are an untold number of halls within this tower, which is what comes from making the best use of the same space. We can be a fickle bunch at times, I grant you, but I believe every mage has Eliwold's best interests at heart.
These guys are very optimistic.
I have no doubt that my element knew what it was doing when it picked me, in a naturalistic, polypantheistic sense.
You made that term up.
Maybe. But you can chant to it. Is there anything you do not already know about me? We've been friends since the day you arrived. Come to think of it, we're both lucky I started at this hall 10 years before you. I nearly went to the one in Saltdish. Who wouldn't want to be a master? With just 4 seats per tower, it remains an unrealized goal for most. To reach that level requires the highest discipline, with the exception of the High Masters of Dominatra. Meeting them is a rare privilege. If you ever get even half the chance, jump at it. If I could learn half as much as he has, I would die a happy mage. We've always shared a policy of honesty, so you know my full opinion of you. However, if you would like me to reiterate...
No, you're right. We've covered that subject thoroughly.
Okay.
The Masters are looking to extend the initiation period to 4 days, up from 1. That doesn't help you, though. I heard that a new hall has been discovered in the tower, one the Masters had not commissioned. Sometimes I think this place has a life of its own.
Probably does.
Let me guess. You want to read up on your first task? What do you need to know?
Something about the lake.
I know just the thing. You should be able to find it now. There are a lot of old stories about Lorelei Lake, mostly to do with pretty fish girls and drowning.
Probably related concepts.
I have never had the opportunity to visit, but there isn't a lot growing on it anyway. I have heard a lot about her. No idea if the anecdotes are true. You'll have to find out for yourself. She sleeps in a giant clam, like a vampire in a coffin. I believe their service did not end well. She collects the heads of failed initiates. All of her suitors have been transformed into suits of armor. She can paralyze every muscle in your body with the slightest breath. No one knows what she really looks like, as she constantly changes her appearance by wearing others' heads. Never say her name, or you will share her imprisonment forever. Look her in the eye and you will turn into a block of granite. A single kiss, and you will become her willing slave. Her voice can shatter crystal. No one knows what she really looks like, as she...
Those were fun.
By all accounts, she got off lightly. After all those centuries, she might welcome a haircut.
Deep as it is wide, the tranquil lake Lorelei of Ignore has enjoyed a long and colorful menagerie of aquatic residents throughout the years. Whether they be salmoni, merpeople, overgrown seahorses, or the occasional giant squid, the lake was once home to all manner of wondrous and varied life. Lately, it has become dormant, due in no small part to the persistent fishing practices of the local population. It's fortunate that the lake has retained its size, despite the lengthier, drier seasons of late. For without its fluidic barrier, the township would undoubtedly fall prey to the dark secret at its center. Though seldom explored, Lone Island's sole inhabitant lies in wait of its next visitor. For nearly 500 years, the priestess Amankul has resided, forced to outlive all within the walls of her displaced palace, an eternal punishment for past injustices. The mages of Ignore have watched over her confinement, ensuring that none approach, save for the occasional initiate. Their masters maintain that every precaution has been taken to prevent Amonkul's escape, and are quick to assure all that the tragic incident involving Initiate Marmon will not be repeated. According to his peers, the would-be air mage inadvertently disturbed the priestess's chief sentry and managed to lose a limb in the process, along with, as his mentor put it, a large chunk of his pride. Ooh, might have got a little dick snipped. What's this?
I should not cast...
Okay, I thought it was magic, just making sure. Alright, I guess we finally walk outside and begin questing.
I can't believe I've lived in the tower for 10 years and this is the first time I get to explore the region.
Next level at 100 EXP. Ouch. And I could use some health and mana too. It's a shame I'm on such a short time frame. Otherwise I might suggest a nap.
A well-worn play rope hangs from the upper It's loose.
Yeah, everyone knows you need a rope to go on an adventure.
Vines persist along the town walls, despite the many attempts to control them. It's not my job to...
I bet if you were an earth mage, you could talk to the tree and vines. Who knows?
Flasks for sale. Buy one and get another at exactly the same price.
The trinket seller deals in potions, rare gems, and other oddities. He is not from around here. Townspeople go about their daily routine. The sign says it all. A humble, generous member of his community. One of Lord Beguile's guards.
The length and breadth of a life can be measured in many ways. You see me both as I was and as I am.
What does that mean exactly?
Interpretation is not mine to give.
Then perhaps I can try.
No harm can come of it.
I have two theories. You were an important person once, respected, in a position of authority, a spiritual leader. Something happened to cause you to leave. A dishonor, perhaps? Or an injustice. Now you are forced to live on a foreign continent, forging a meager existence, selling trinkets on the streets of a small town.
And the other?
That this whole mystical motif is a ruse to get customers to buy your wares.
Impressive. You have uncovered what many seldom see.
Really? Which theory was true?
Both. And neither.
Sure. Whoa, 50 points. I probably should buy one elixir of Don't Be Poisoned. One bandage would be good. Durability. Do they have a certain number of uses? Okay. It'd be nice to buy one more enhancing gem, but it can wait just a bit.
Hey, Finn. We've got a new boy in town.
I can see that, Bug. You'll have to excuse my friend. The name's Fend.
Dark.
He's a mage.
I can see that, Pug. Where are you from?
Stew Pond, originally.
Bit of a sinkhole, I hear.
I don't remember.
Trust me, you're not missing much. We haven't been here long ourselves. We like to keep moving.
We don't want anyone catching up.
Shut up, Pug. I'll say one thing for your hometown mage. At least it's too small to have its own lord.
Finn has a problem with the thought.
Pug. Listen, Doc. May I call you that? Why don't we get better acquainted? Is this your first time in the tavern?
Yeah.
Excellent. Then you'd best follow the locals' tradition. New boys by the rounds.
It already feels like it's time to save.
He's run out of things to think, let alone say.
What's up with this pantsless dude?
I'd ask him where he got that medallion, but I have a feeling there's a long story behind it, in which pants play no part.
No, I have a feeling pants played a part at some point.
I came here not to be bothered. Makes a good special. Mine. You got a problem? Beat it.
Maybe I can order a special now.
You come, you pay, you drink. What'll you have?
What have you got?
Ale.
Is that it?
Well, there's the special that the rough-looking fellow over there's having, but it would probably kill a child like you.
The man near the open window?
Yeah. Keep your wits around him.
Is he trouble?
Who knows? Rumor has it he's off the wastelands. Or used to be.
So he'd know his way around there?
Probably, but only the town folk would ask.
Ah, refreshing.
Oh, I drink it already? Alright, they got my health back up. Although I kind of expected it would do my mana.
I've never considered myself a manipulator. Therapeutic or other. Not everyone in this world has the time, talent, or tendency to talk.
There's not a lot to say about me, except,
He seems like he's got loose lips.
I don't really recall my hometown.
You were born in a mine shaft and raised with a litter of strump rats.
Really?
No, but it would make sense.
Pug has had brain damage.
He looks out for me. We're partners in... Pug? I was going to say business. I'm not supposed to talk about those. We split everything evenly, 80-20.
He gets the 20.
Like I said, evenly. It has the best ale in town.
It has the only ale, you fool.
And there aren't many bugs. I don't even like the word. That used to be my nickname, Bug. Just because I ran away from a beehive once. I was a lot younger then.
4 years younger.
Oh, yeah. I don't know any, I swear. I don't swim.
Can't swim, you mean?
Oh, yeah. She sounds important.
Okay. Guess I'll talk to the brains of the operation.
I don't like to talk about myself, especially not with a parched throat. I'm just a humble purveyor of opportunities. Met him a few towns back. Parched throat, I think. You should ask him.
Well,
But he won't tell you much, so I'll do it.
I bet Parched Throat has a lot of alcohol opportunities.
Pug was the last of a long line of siblings. Not one too many. He was passed around, carer to carer, until he was old enough to walk. Then he was marched into a house for homeless children, where he stayed until the day he came of age.
They kicked me out.
You were too old, Pug. Oh. He would say he survived off petty theft. I would say charity. He's a terrible thief, and I should know. Caught him attempting to pick my pocket with both hands. The locals must have also recognised his uncomplicated nature, and likewise took pity on him. I suppose he reminded me of myself before... Well, that doesn't matter anymore. I've been meaning to teach Pug how to swim.
But I don't like water, or insects on water, or...
We get it.
This guy actually has a good bit of charity to him.
You look like a kid who could handle himself with a few undersized goblins. I had an encounter with some not long ago, while exploring Bloodbark Forest. Nothing I couldn't handle.
They took him by surprise, and he fled back to...
Pug! In any case, I later realised I'd lost my pendant.
You wear jewelry?
It was my mother's.
Oh, which one?
Shut up. Anyway, if you can get it back for me, I'll make it worth your while. Go into the forest and teach those little hellions a lesson.
I didn't expect a combat quest from him. But yeah, Fend is just taking care of Pug. Even though he's probably not a good person himself.
And so, to cover the necessary costs of maintaining my manor, the price of ale will be increased by 15%. Secondly, the appointment of a new town sheriff following the recent passing of the late lawkeeper Kristen is expected within the month. In the meantime, any criminals, however trivial their indiscretions, will answer personally to my gods and shall receive the full hospitality of the Lord's basement. Thirdly, let it be known that there is to be a new tax called the King's Tribute. This will help curry favour with His Majesty, so that he may look with a generous eye toward Igonor's most humble lord and its community. Finally, anyone caught in my private gardens will receive a fine of no less than 5% of their seasonal profits. This concludes the announcements. I bid you, the working class, good day.
It'd be okay if he died.
I can't believe that. I feel like thanking him. I've no idea why.
Will we survive if there's a drought?
A humble, generous member of his community.
Oh, probably a Patreon.
The courthouse greets those who care to be heard, and who are heard to care.
How could the king appoint him?
And that is how we defeated the giant squid.
How did you travel between the islands without boats?
We islanders are expert raft builders. There are no equals.
I'll take your word for it.
The fruit seller, Ceres, keeps a keen eye out for potential buyers.
She seems like she's kind of hot, too.
You won't find me selling fruit on a dirt street for the rest of my life. One day, there won't be a street corner in Dominatrix without my name on it. You'll see.
Big ambitions.
I've only seen him a few times. He's all right, I guess. Except for his excessive spending, indulgences, and the rumors, of course. There's word he's planning to sever contact with the Flightarians. That he'd rather eat birds than negotiate with bird people.
I'm excited about bird people. Wasn't expecting that, really.
Here's an example. A wagon full of wine barrels arrives each month from the vineyards of Avalon. None of it goes to the tavern. If you want to know where most of Igonor's capital is being invested, Just look to the manor. We spend a lot of time together, for better or worse. I was born and raised in Ignore. That doesn't mean I'll be buried near it.
I get the feeling that ignore is going to be short for ignorant, and that most of the people will not be happy with mages.
I hear he's from West Elwold, though good luck getting him to talk about it.
What makes the banana special? I bet there's a fun...
She wouldn't appreciate that sort of attention.
Since I left the islands, my home, I've missed the taste of exotic fish. I hear there are creatures of the sea that can wander the land. Bring me the flesh of the cassipus, and I shall reward you as best I can.
It's a little creepy. I don't see any, like, food counters, but I'll buy one piece of fruit just in case it turns out my dude does need to eat.
The poster you see here depicts a highly valued customer. He went missing a while back. For reasons I'll never fathom, he ventured into the wastelands. Not surprisingly, that was the last anyone saw of him. I don't expect we'll see him again.
I don't have time to gorge myself on baked goods. The reputation of this noble adventurer precedes her. What should I say to her? Greetings, denizen?
The crushing mallet of a Biclops. Cyclops is a silly concept, but I like it. I wonder why they bothered adding durability to the gems. Okay, looks like the town doesn't loop around. And she was probably a Patreon, which honestly throws things off a little bit when someone looks like they should be a relevant character and they're just, you know, there.
The signpost indicates the direction of the lake, mountains, town, and Mage's Tower. One could argue its usefulness.
Let's head towards the lake. I feel like as a water mage we have our best chance going here first.
Wild flowers grow just about everywhere. Pretty, if...
You're gonna talk to a girl. You should grab some flowers. Okay, good. I've got unlimited inventory hammer space.
The trees stop short of the town wall. From this end of town, the paths lead to the woodlands, wastelands, and blood-bark forest. A thick cluster of water weeds blocks access to the river's edge.
And there's like a grate behind there.
I have more important things to do than... There's no danger of drowning. A way across the river.
I do wish the save button had been a little more clear. I can easily see someone missing that. This is pretty. It's kind of like a digital painting. And just that tree kind of reminds me of watercolors.
A stray plank lies
Something tells me we're going to be building a raft.
That boat is beyond repair. Its planks beyond use. I can't reach it.
You better know how to swim. A little bit.
The stump is being slowly consumed by... The stump... Once proud symbols of our more brazen past, these Eliport pillars have been allowed to crack and crumble. Despite this, they remain an effective means for fast travel through the region. These pillars can only be used by mages who know the Eliport spell. I'll need 4 wooden planks to build a raft. The town blacksmith can help me fasten them together. It will be purposeful while I'm crossing the lake.
My soul sink deep in soil. As I walk into the sun, head low, I follow stone, worn by rivers as they run. Dusty tracks keep true my path. As storm gust builds again, I struggle through the sleet and hail, and turn to face the flame. Yeah, that's gonna take me a while to know
These
what it means.
two items... I can't use them. I should not cast magic.
Okay, so 4 planks, and the blacksmith will help me put them together. I should probably head into the forest and deal with some goblins or something. Try and hit level 2. Hopefully I don't lose in my first fight against goblins. I did not win the tutorial fight, and that bodes poorly.
In case there was any doubt, the screaming tree. It looks anxious enough.
I bet that one's fun to talk to as an earth mage.
A fading track winds through the dark maze of trees. Brightly colored toadstools attract the unwary passerby. Bloodbark Forest is dark and dense. This tree no longer propagates. No shortage of wood.
If I just had an axe or something, I could start making my own planks. But yeah, I don't think my metal pull is gonna help me out here. Oh shit. Just run. Yes, yes he did. A little cunt. Get back here. Okay, that wasn't much XP. It kinda took me a while.
The goblin possesses nothing of value. Dead goblins take no tales. No signs of life.
Okay. I'm gonna try out some of the other interfaces.
A small troop of brown mushrooms.
They look edible. Let's save and then test that.
I can't use... Ah, that hit the spot. I feel slightly more energetic.
I'm not sure how to get to his character screen.
It's me.
Okay, previous system. Never mind, I can just go over to stats. Like, no loading time whatsoever. That's nice. Hey. The goblins are basically just punching bags. They don't seem to fight back at all.
Yeah.
And I don't seem to run out of MP, even though I'm spamming my spells.
If I were an earth mage, I'd probably get excited.
I feel like a shitty water mage.
Bloodbark Forest.
Like, I wanted to go to the lake.
Rocks are
and I have to craft a raft first.
Bloodbark.
Lots of types of mushrooms here.
There's a certain dampness to the air.
It's like, yeah, combat's cool and all, but let's head on.
I'd need a pair of Bort's special gloves. Not that I'd want them in any case.
Apple bliss?
An apple bliss tree, if I'm not mistaken. Occasionally, Bort says something that sticks.
But what's it for? Do?
The golden fruit is enticing.
I wonder if I can knock it down with a jet of water. I can.
Ew, there was a worm inside the fruit. I'll keep it with me. Just because. Delicate ferns grow along the protective base of the ledge.
That's, one of the adventure game tropes I always thought was funny. Like, you just collect everything, and it's all somehow useful.
A tree, somewhat past its prime.
You could say that. Man, I have gone deep into this forest. I haven't even been keeping track of where I've been going.
Bloodbark Forest is stone ruins from a bygone era. Not even the masters are certain who built them. Rocks are
I wonder if there's any importance to these brown mushrooms. They get, like, their own screens. It seems like my mana regenerates pretty well. I don't see a lot of point in putting a ton of points into magic. Or at least I haven't run out of mana yet.
Bloodbark for
You're not gonna
Bloodbark
call out the bones there? That doesn't seem important to you. I wonder if I can set him to always be at run speed. Gonna let him walk closer. Yeah, the mana just comes back. It never lets you sit at low mana for some reason.
this crude wooden structure.
Part of me expected that to be a trap or something. Maybe your mana regeneration in combat is just super high. Kinda wish I always ran at that speed though. I'll deal with those later. After it takes more than just spamming right click to win. Goblins and a spider. The spider's much faster. But not too healthy.
Rocks are...
Oh, come on.
A ring of toadstools. I should not I should...
Okay, can't water the toadstool ring. What about toadstools inside a ring? No, nothing? Okay.
A tree.
There's plenty of logs and dead trees. If this guy just had an axe, this whole raft thing wouldn't be an issue. I wonder if that's a good enough emerald to give to Bort for his finder amulet. Killing someone off screen poses a bit of an issue for collecting any loot they might have dropped. That's unfortunate. Having goblins chase you actually gets you out of the forest a little bit faster, which in some ways is very convenient. Oh shit. Health potion is quite a good find. Is that not a path? It looked like a path. That stump is extra stumpy. It's got lots of mushrooms and friends.
I should not. I don't think this tree would have.
Didn't get that guy's amulet. But maybe the emerald for Bort will be enough for now. I'm eager to learn the teleport spell already. It's like I haven't even been too many places. And that emerald I picked up get to. What the hell? It's a bit irritating. Let's try heading the other way. Aha, our next plank. Okay. Well, could try and murder goblins again and get the amulet and the emerald again. That one didn't show up either. Okay, they're just things to put in here. Alright, never mind then. Tingleberries.
Some juicy looking tingleberries.
What are tingleberries?
Ouch! Ants! Who knew those tiny pincers could hurt so much?
Do I need to jet them?
That should clear them out. I'll just take the dry ones.
Okay, tingleberries induce sleep.
It's a squirrel.
He looks cute.
Some common toadstools. I shouldn't touch them. The ladder is a permanent fixture. It's not reachable. The board is nailed firmly to the wooden frame. I'll need some sort of...
Alright, it just gave me the answer. I mean, I was hoping to use a little more intellect there, but whatever. I do like the background art. It's quite good.
Anything growing well has been untouched by the giftless.
Harsh, man.
A hive of potentially dangerous wasps. I can't use that item there.
I'm sure we have to mess with the wasps at some point, but I'm not sure when or for what. But actually, let's save and then deliberately try and piss them off. I want to see if this is the kind of game that kills you with one mistake.
That would only aggravate the wasp.
I know. That's the point. Here.
I can't use that.
Yeah, you can. Hit them with a pole. Okay. Doesn't seem like it wants to let me deliberately kill myself. In some ways that's good, but I was hoping for a few hilarious death scenes, like in the old adventure games. Okay, now we head to the blacksmith and slap our raft together. Keep clicking as soon as I enter here and it ends whatever they were going to talk about.
Could you nail these 4 planks together? If it's a matter of money... Is that enough? I think he wants more coin. Is that enough? Thank you, blacksmith. I will need to tie something buoyant on to help keep the raft afloat.
Buy unlimited empty glass jars. They'll make it float due to their emptiness. But
Fresh bread! Get it while it's hot out of the bake oven!
Let's talk to this islander and get his opinion on rafts.
There is yet work to be done.
Well, yeah.
You spoke of raft building. What does that involve, exactly?
A good raft is made from 4 well-fastened even wooden planks, enough to hold your weight. Tying a couple of airtight containers beneath will improve your buoyancy. Finally, you need a means of maneuvering yourself.
Huh. So I was just joking around, but apparently the empty flasks do help.
These two items do nothing together.
Nope. Some other type of airtight container. He sells hide, but hopefully I don't have to craft a water skin. Or something like it.
I have not been summoned.
Thankfully. Let's see if he knows anything about raft building.
Do you mind 8-legged arachnids? The spiderling's glands secrete a venom that is ideal for creating antidotes. I shall pay for any amount you can obtain.
I kinda want the rough spinel, but it can wait. I might even find something better.
I doubt I'd be welcome. My room is not up there.
I sell drinks.
And?
That's all. What'll you have?
Let's save and then get a little generous with our money.
What'll you... Drinks on the young'un!
That hits the spot. Again.
Not too flaky, is he, Pug? Reckon he could handle himself in a friendly wager?
If he has the coin.
What do you say, friend? A simple game of chance? Come over here. I'll teach you a sure way to make some easy money.
For us?
Shut up. Oh, and thanks for the ale. I was born in Deep Scratch. One of 9. What else do you want to know? My mother, may the elements keep her, taught the local children of Deep Scratch, including hers. I know a few words. The right ones at the right time can be useful.
That was vague.
I think that's worth another drink, boy.
It doesn't belong to me.
I've been meaning to teach Pug, but I don't like weak. They should rename it after someone.
Pug Island.
Close. I wouldn't mind getting to know her.
She's over 500 years old.
If she doesn't look it, who cares?
If it's pretty, fuck it.
A home away from home. If we had one. We're always on the move. It's better that way. We've stayed here longer than intended, but towns like Ignor can do that to you. We see eye to eye. Some men keep to themselves for a reason. Whatever it is, it pays to respect their wishes. A popular game in the capital, so I am told, and a fair and honest one to boot.
That's not what you said last.
Shut up, pug. Shall we play? To start the game, we must both put 2 gold coins into the pool. Excellent. Now, the rules. There are 62 cards in a deck. Each card has a value from 1 to 6. The player with the highest collective value of the 4 cards drawn wins. After the first card, you'll need to match or raise the current bet to see the second and third cards. The 4th card will be played blind. You may fold at any time, but the money pulled will be awarded to the other player. A demon card has a value of 0, but doubles your highest card drawn. Go ahead, draw your first card. I bet 5 gold coins.
This shit's expensive.
I bet 10 gold coins.
I don't even have that much to bet.
I bet 10 gold coins.
I can't afford that bet.
You need to bid before you can deal. Otherwise, fold.
Oh, this is cheating.
I fold.
He's gonna win anyway.
Looks like I win. Come back when you have the money to play another hand.
Yeah, that's not a very fair game. As one might have expected. Okay. Airtight containers.
These 2 items...
Oh yeah, I was gonna see if I get to keep any of the mugs from buying some other alcohols.
What do we... sorry, lad, but you're just too young to be drinking that. Come back in a few years, and the first one will be on the house.
Though few recall their actions here, I need to keep a clear mind.
That's more like it. I was born in deep... Watch your back.
Maybe I can just get him totally drunk.
There are
What'll you...
What else do you want to know? My mother... There were few opportunities for those not born into privilege. Since I left, I've taken my share of chances. Some of them paid off, others... You played a game. Sometimes you win, sometimes... I've seen the inside of more jail cells than Pug can count. But I'm no crook. It's survival, pure and simple. Embrace it or succumb. That's my philosophy. For some, life is what you make of it. For others, what you take from it. My father lived by the former, and look where he got him. My father, may the elements keep him, was a farmhand working for a lord. More like a slave. He got himself into debt early on and worked for nothing till the day he died. I vowed that would never be me. Another mug of ale wouldn't go amiss. Ask while I'm in a talkative mood. I'd rather not talk about that.
They're all dead. Lord Tyrant.
Shut up, pug. If you must know, there was an outbreak of violet fever where I grew up. Deep Scratch lost a lot of good people that year, yet Tyrant and his inner circle survived. Coincidence? I'm just sorry he never got what was coming. I was too young at the time to see that happen. Now, it's too late.
So I guess he either kept the medicine for himself or just stayed away from the peasants.
A home away. We're always on the move. Some men. I could get used to fewer. Shut up, pug. Pity about my guile, though. From what I've heard, he hasn't lost enough to know the meaning of sacrifice. You can tell that from his waistline alone. I doubt we could compare stories.
True enough.
To us, the best news is no news. Ignore has that in bucket loads. It's true. I hear a lot of things. Interesting things. McGuile's envoys to the Flyterian Valley aren't back yet.
Maybe they were eaten.
That's ridiculous.
But that's what you...
Shut up, pug! Goblins have been sighted around the forest's edge. They normally don't come that close to town.
Yeah, there's plenty of goblins.
Someone saw a mysterious shape moving in the lake.
A whale?
I doubt it, pug. One of the merchants is selling shoddy goods. A child from town learned how to get into that tower of yours. A few of your lot have a bit of a drinking problem. A Flyterian has been seen over the town on several occasions. The Lord's Manor will be renovated in a few months' time.
But it's already huge.
A man like that needs a lot of space.
To hold all of his useless junk.
There's talk of opening a second tavern, but too many owe the owner of this one favours. A few of the peasants have gone missing lately. Some say goblins, others say bandits. A few of the peasants have...
Okay.
I've been meaning to teach, but they should rip her cloak. I will if she... Watch your back.
But we didn't get to have any empty mugs. So we still need an empty container.
Better not. The baker is best friends with the butcher. A missing person poster. The meat seller is an imposing man. There's a blunt honesty in his face.
There have been those among us who have been, what do you call it?
Chosen.
They learn they do not have a place among us. All must be equal, capable of the same. On my island, we have a saying. When more is said, there's less to hear.
You spoke of
A good raft is made from 4 well-fastened even wooden planks, enough to hold your weight.
I feel like I'm gonna need that hide, but I'm still gonna save right before I buy it.
You spoke.
Oops.
These two items. It's empty.
Got one other thing I can try by just buying more empty bottles and see if that prompts him to be able to use them together.
These two.
Nope. Okay. Maybe something back at the Mage's Tower? You would think I could get some raft building tips from the other water mages.
It should resist the water.
Maybe my boat will have a tip.
I'm not into water rafting.
That's one way across, I suppose.
A pot filled with soil and a few budding seeds.
If it were me, a good evaporation spell might save time.
The sphere has not judged me ready to wield more spells. Yet.
Evaporation spell's probably some sort of fire spell.
I can't return. You only have to think of touching it, and it lights up. A bedside table for late. I can't use that Why risk a... It is said, one... A serene vista, fitting for the Mage retirement capital. It changes according... I'm quite partial to this depiction. My spare... They were useful during all... An indefinitely locked chest. I have never managed to get this thing open. Once I tried hauling it out the window, it bounced right back.
That's kind of funny.
Words will not open it. I should not
Glide spells are much less cumbersome.
God damn it. No one wants to help me.
There might be some... Obviously well read. There might be something useful to collect from the floor. I don't have any reason to take it out. Best to leave it in there so Jonas won't have to start from scratch the next time he reads this book. These two...
I don't know what I'll need a handkerchief for, but okay, it's probably good to have. Gotta admit that for now I'm mildly stumped. So I guess I'll just head into...
A grand old...
those mountains. This still needs a walk speed modifier.
A woodpecker taps busily against the tree trunk. It's not interested.
Okay.
These two act as gatekeepers to the Flyterian Mountains. I should complete the first of my trial. Who in their right mind would talk to a bird? Ouch! Aggressively.
Bunny.
The path
A means to an end, if not the way.
I like how everyone's willing to give me some kind of clue on this raft. Of varying usefulness.
Is it a door? I didn't know you mage types were the practical sort.
Oh, I hate water. Tastes terrible.
he only seems to be.
With any luck, you won't drown.
There is yet work to be done.
I don't think I'll be joining you.
Yep, work to be done. Probably the least helpful clue I could get.
This is too. I had better not disturb the pea. The old axe is wedged so tight, not even the blacksmith could remove it.
That seems a bit odd.
I'm not dragging that all over Ignore. Where would I cart them? Where finished wares come to rest. Manual labor? I'm not giftless. The porch candle is unlit by day.
Life in an adventure game must be so frustrating. It's like, you've got very simple tasks before you, and life conspires to make it as complicated as possible. Okay, I actually spent a long time searching for this and had to go online to figure out what was going on, but you need these sealed kegs. Apparently there's some pixel hunting in this game.
I do not need to move. They contain numerous wooden barrels lay about the town.
Okay, so lashed together some airtight kegs.
The airtight kegs have been securely fastened to the raft with the rope I found.
Now we have a proper raft, I think. But I'm still going to show it to that raft maker to see what his approval of it is.
As my grandfather would say, you have a raft, why are you not on it?
Alright.
With any luck, you won't drown.
That's what you said before, man. But now it's an even better raft. This is a raft +1. My old raft was like a raft -1. It was primitive. People laughed at my raft. Okay. Let's see if we can get out to water with this. Probably 2 oars is better than 1.
Oars maneuver the raft, but I need not combine them. Oars...
Okay, fine. Oops, skipped over whatever he was going to say there. It looks so janky when he's sitting on it. Let's save. And I think this note sort of helps. Okay, earth, sun, stone.
I'm already
I'm going to assume sun is air, mass, but I don't think we go directly backwards unless we do.
I'm already...
Sun is fire. And then stone again. Water. Earth again. Wind. I'm assuming sleet and hail is water. Turn to face the flame.
nothing. It's an illusion, just like Jonas said. Shireen, my mentor, spoke of those. The few palm trees pepper the small island.
Does his fish just bump into it?
As expected, the island has sand. I left my bucket and spade in Stew Pond.
Don't be snarky.
I should not. Lone Island lives up to its name, no question. The origin of these boulders is a mystery. The clouds appear to center around the island. Few trees. I've a good idea what I would find at the top. The lake surrounds Lone Island.
But what to do now?
Stone steps lead up to nothing? They should be left where a natural I do not need camouflage. I've a good... Jonas made it rain coconuts once. I was unconscious for 2 days.
Maybe I can talk to someone at the Mage Tower. I honestly didn't expect the illusion to be that big a deal. I thought just knowing it was an illusion would be sufficient. Fountain Hall first.
One should never forget that our magic is best when it is subtle. Know this, and your gift's true worth. To speak with the creatures of our element is to know our element better. Relish those opportunities. There can be no greater contribution than our element itself. Share the water with our world, and it will flourish for all time. Illusions? Of course. Their fluidic nature has always intrigued our kind. I am sure there's a book in the reading hall if you are keen. Transparent Fluidity, if I recall. It is required reading for advanced water mages.
I know that book. You can find it now. Igonor's tower is unique. At least it's the best job in the world to be caretaker of every book, and I have a fondness for... I'm more inclined to research past the common... You know, our ancestors must have really ruined things for the elements to react the way they did. Think of all that strange technology the Giftless once had. All gone now, though one can't help but wonder if anything got left behind.
If it did, it would be our duty to destroy it.
Of course.
That's kind of fucked up. Guess we won't be any kind of techno mage. Screaming tree sap. 2 drops from a labor's brow. 3 drops of a most potent beverage. Drink and see. Makes 2 doses. Oh, most of that should be easy enough to gather.
Hey, the water refuses to enter the flask.
The fountain requires a donation of precious metal. 15 gold coins. You will need an empty flask to contain the water.
That's, a little fucking harsh.
There, I've filled my flask with Mage's water.
You would think I'd get some sort of discount for being a water mage. Now, how to get screaming tree sap? We know where the screaming tree is. Hopefully getting the sap is just using the empty flask on the tree. But I have a feeling that's not going to be the case. A very strong feeling. Hey, Jackster. Doing really well. How about you? I didn't think anyone was going to join me tonight. It's a little late.
I can't use that item there.
How do I make this guy leak?
Ahem. I don't suppose you can talk.
I don't suppose you can think.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Everybody's sorry.
Glad to hear you're all right. How are your studies coming?
I wish people would not call me that.
What would you prefer?
Sam.
How old are you, Sam?
That is a personal question. I'm not letting you look at my rings.
My apologies.
So you're working and going for your PhD? It must be pretty rough.
I'm not giving you my sap. It's all I have.
It's important, and I only need a little.
You say that now, but you'll come back for more. They always do.
I think, like most adventure games, it's a little better if you have a walkthrough next to you that you can look at if you get stumped. But the game just came out today, so like a few hours ago really, and I've already had to check online for hints twice. It's a little harsh, but it harkens back to Quest for Glory, which is one of my old favorite games, and so I've actually been excited about this game coming out for a few years now.
Who are they? Have others been taking your sap?
Not my sap, my bark, my branches, even my fruit. Pieces of me, taken bit by bit.
Oh,
They do
I get
not
you.
even
Research
ask.
work.
Do they think trees feel no pain?
Did you ever play
I've
the
always
old
assumed as
Sierra
much.
adventure games?
Try being enchanted. It's not as much fun as it sounds.
Oh, come on, you're sentient.
How did you come to be enchanted?
Long ago, a mage came, dressed like you. His bark, clothes, were green and shinier than yours.
An Earthmaster. Go on.
He wanted to give me voice and thought, so he might share his mind with nature itself. He is the one who named me.
What happened?
He died, leaving me to go on, endangered and alone.
Quest for Glory hasn't aged super well, but it was absolutely formative as far as me being a kid. I played all the Quest for Glories at least twice, sometimes 3 times, because they all play totally differently based off your class. I mean, I actually went back and played some of them just 2 years ago, and they still hold up. It's just they've got some time sink elements where you're raising your stats.
How did you come to be enchanted?
Long ago, a mage came.
And what? Perhaps I can find the pieces that were taken from you.
I do not care about the bark or the branches. The fruit, though, I will not bear another again, and I cannot propagate without my seeds.
Who took the fruit from you?
The human villain did not give its name. I think it was female.
There's a female fruit vendor in town.
Humans all look alike.
I'll see what I can do.
Have you played Hero U? No, I haven't even heard of it. What's that about?
I wouldn't go in there, and I am a tree. Thoughtless and voiceless. They don't know how lucky they are.
I did buy one piece of fruit. I'll see if he happens to be an orange tree, even though I'm pretty sure he's not.
No, I could never adopt another's seeds.
Oh. When did it come out? From last year? Oh man, I should check that out then. Is it like a fantasy game or a superhero game?
I understand you may have some rare fruit for sale.
Rare, yes. For sale? No.
Might I interest you in a trade?
That depends. There is another fruit I wanted to get my hands on. It's called Apple Bliss. One alone would fetch double the price of a dozen screaming tree fruit. Except they only grow in a clearing along the leftmost edge of the forest.
Naturally.
Fantasy. Alright.
Bring me one, and
That's
we have a
pretty
deal.
up my alley. I might end up trying that out. Have you tried it already?
I don't want it back.
I have your Apple Bliss.
I'm impressed. As promised, here's the fruit from the screaming tree. I shouldn't have bothered, to be honest. They taste a little sour.
They're probably homesick.
What?
Nothing. Thank you.
So like an actual rogue class sort of character? That sounds fun. Does it have much humor? Oh, cool. Alright, I'll have to check it out. As I give this guy his, I guess his kids back.
My seeds!
Yes. Now, your sap?
Take as much as you need.
Looks like I just got it out of his finger. Oh no, I've hit his face. Alright man, thanks for checking in. Have a good sleep. Thanks. I bet the blacksmith sweats. We could get some of his sweat in a glass and then combine it all. Bye!
He may be dripping, but he's no tap. I'll need to use something more practical to collect the sweat. He may...
you to pick up the pitcher.
Even Shireen couldn't purify this filthy water. I can't use that item there. I can't use that. The porch.
Oh, I know. The handkerchief. Just like
Working
rub this
hard,
dude's
blacksmith?
face. Oops. Accidentally skipped his dialogue, but I gotta sweat. Now the problem is I need some more gold. I don't have anything I particularly want to sell. I could maybe sell the health potion back. But I think mostly I'm gonna have to murder some goblins. And then I'll be able to buy the strong ale I need. If only the mage's water wasn't so expensive. It's interesting how the monsters keep trying to sneak up on you, and then, well, not sneak up on you, but, you know, they come at you all, yeah, I'm hot shit, I'm gonna take you out, and then they get hit with one spell and they back off. Oops. I didn't mean to use that. Come on. I accidentally drank the profits of the first battle, but this cracked quartz should give me the gold I need. These goblins are not worth much experience. Oh shit, no. What about my last autosave? Phew. That was rough. I don't think these guys are even worth experience.
The length and the paths to the chooser are as the elements to the mage.
But it is the element who chooses the mage, not vice versa.
In saying, so do we believe. You see me both as I was, and as I am.
What does that...
Small birds say curious things.
These three are waiting for their beer and pretzels.
I'm getting a Three Stooges feel.
He's unlikely to move anytime soon.
What'll you... sorry, lad, but you're... Beat it.
How do I get my hands on the strong alcohol, though?
Watch your back at.
Something tells me I'm not going to be able to smoothly take this mug. But I'm still going to try.
May I have this mug?
Sure, if you want yours rearranged.
He only seems to be interested. He only...
I got an idea.
If I wanted to eat them, I can't use that item there. I can't use that.
Dang. But I do think I need to get my hands on that mug somehow.
It's better than the last town. I can't. Oh, you. Why do they call it that?
Don't answer that. You'll only cause yourself pain.
Did something happen? I asked Finn about that once. He said it's easy to start and hard to stop. I guess it's like an itch, or snoring, or a horse.
What you...
Maybe I could swap it out for a regular alcohol.
What'll you have?
He'll notice if I switch the mugs right in front of his face.
Okay, so I'm on the right path. How to distract
I was
him.
warned by my masters not to use unnecessary magical persuasion on the townspeople. He only seemed... No point in talking to myself.
Don't you wa- They're not much good now.
He's not in...
How to distract a guy.
A wild boar trophy. The bartender considers himself quite the hunter. A trophy, no doubt. A welcoming fireplace. I should not cast... A collection of disused or misused barrels. Not everyone in this world... It's a good thing that flame's enclosed. 3 wooden kegs adorn the rear wall.
What'll you...
Is my health still damaged? Yes.
What'll you...
Ah, refreshing.
How about now? Good now?
What'll you... Sorry, lad, but you're... Drink some...
That hits the spot. Again.
Not too flaky, is he?
If...
What do you say? Can't...
Bruh.
Ah. Much appreciated.
I'd ask him where he got that He'll notice.
You got a problem? I came. Makes a good special. Beat it.
It doesn't belong. I really need this mug.
Tough. Do your face a favor. You must be a slow learner. I've met planks thinner than you. You need your jaw adjusted.
Someone wanted it left that way. Who am I to argue?
We can do this the easy way or the fun way.
I should target. I was warned. If it falls, the whole... I was warned. It's a good thing. I should... If it... I can't use...
I don't know. I'm stumped again.
I was warned. The window affords a view of the Lord's office.
Maybe I can just grab it through the window.
I should wait until... I should wait and...
What the? Why you?
Ouch! I won't try that approach again. This new...
Okay, so I didn't take a health loss.
I should target... I shouldn't call attention to myself right now. I should wait until... Hopefully he's too inebriated to notice the difference.
Okay, that took a while.
I have added 3 drops of a potent beverage. There. I've added 1 drop of sap. I'll save the rest. I've added 2 drops of sweat. Ew.
Okay. Great. I don't envy Dark having to drink this thing. That's gonna be unpleasant.
There is some writing on it. It's nice to see the masters hold their initiates in such high regard.
Embrace your folly. So we don't really need magic, since you regenerate to 10 mana, and it just comes back pretty quick. Intelligence is handy. I did get taken down pretty fast. Okay. Let's see how well I can get by as a beefy cannon with low accuracy.
The shell lights add some opulence to the room. The palace entrance hall is alluring. Or is that luring? These chairs would suit a small throne room. This must be the giant sand crab that attacked Initiate Marmon. Poor fellow had to hop through his remaining trials. It looks harmless now. I'm talking to a giant stone sand crab. I blame it on nerves.
Wouldn't let me type a name for some reason.
Its nipping days are over. I doubt they'd help. The pillars have more effect than function.
I guess that's a bug.
They're beautiful in their own way. A displaced tile?
Okay, it's now clear. I should have put some points into intelligence.
My instinct tells me not to go anywhere near this liquid. It wouldn't be prudent to collect a sample of that liquid. One day, my spells might be powerful enough to counteract this dark magic. Just not today. I can't use that. I can sense something unnatural about this water. I know water. This doesn't come close.
I wonder if the other mages don't have that kind of water sense and they accidentally can get killed.
I don't meet.
Dang.
It looks harmless enough now. This wayward wanderer came to an... I'm not dancing on bones, buried or not. An unfortunate result of the priestess's amusement. I'm not Dan. If it could tell me anything, it would likely be, get out.
Just 70 more experience for this level. Whoa, nice tits.
What is this? A man? No, not quite. Another child enters my domain, seeking to earn his place. To what do I owe the pleasure, initiate? Have you come to pay homage to the priestess Amunkul? To honor the once and great ruler of Armanash? Do you seek to look upon beauty so immeasurable that men and women once gave their lives for a single glimpse? No? Perhaps you have a gift, a tribute befitting one of my glory and stature. I thought not. A message from your masters, then? Will you inform me I have concluded my sentence? Am I to be freed at last? But I jest. Your kin are not the forgiving kind, not even after 500 years.
That does seem a bit harsh.
To take, as those who have come before you have taken. Already I tire of your presence. State what you want of me, child. The world once knew of Amunkul, priestess of Armanash. It will again. A beautiful land, second only to its once and more beautiful ruler. Through the long centuries, I have not forgotten my subjects' betrayal. My own acolytes turned on me, seeking to usurp my rule and seize power for themselves. As their guardian, I was forced to punish them. I keep them here with me, as I am in turn kept by your noble masters.
Are they the skeletons?
Is that what history records? That I murdered my followers because I resented their beauty? You need only behold their heads to know that was not the case. They keep me company, far better than when they were whole. All beauty is to be celebrated. I ensure none goes to waste. Do not speak to me of crimes, mage child. Read upon your history, and tell me you have any right to hold me here. My deeds are tiny compared to that which your kind have wrought.
Are you not a mage yourself?
I am more than just a mage. I have reached into the depths of your water arts further than any have dared, and even now draw from its ever-darkening power. There are aspects of the water which your masters will not teach you. Why risk upsetting the balance when a simple lie keeps all in check? My home for 500 years. Needless to say, I know it well.
You haven't been keeping it up. It's got all sorts of monsters everywhere.
Did he frighten you? I assure you he is quite safe.
I have come to ask for a lock of your hair.
A lock of my hair? Were I to give it willingly, you would find it no easy task. The curse which has kept me so long unchanged prevents even a single strand from leaving my head. A pity the same could not be said of my followers. You will need a special blade, a dagger. It is kept in my treasury. Bring it to me.
You must think me a fool if you believe I'd hand you something like that.
A fool you may be, but I know what you want, young one. It is not so rare a glint I see in your eyes. That blade can help you, for it contains power, far greater than your masters would let a novice wield. In exchange for your assistance, I will allow you to keep it. It is but a small request, but what say you? Will you bring me the dagger? Surely a worthy weapon for the mightiest of mages.
How did you...
Make your choice, my pretty child. My jewels, my breath, now my hair. What next? It was forged from a rare enchanted metal and dipped in the blood of a wyvern's heart. You will not be disappointed when you learn of its properties. It will respond only to one untainted by the bloodlust which forged it. As such, its full potential remains unwielded. Be wary, young one. It was not meant for just anyone to enter, nor does it take kindly to the liberation of its holdings. I would see them drowned in the very lake that prevents my leaving. My own element turned against me. I assure you the irony is far from lost. Eager to leave? I can imagine.
Locked.
That's gotta be a little cold. Shit, he's got ranged attacks. I'm doomed. Okay, not doomed, but things got harder. So almost the only thing we know about the priestess here is that she lies. So I have a feeling that giving her this dagger is going to be a little rough in some way or another for me.
The healing properties are taking effect. I feel strong and invigorated once more. These two...
Oh shit, I need 4 intelligence just to use the identify scroll. I didn't realize that. I should have popped some points into intelligence. I am deeply regretting that choice now.
The huge door is sealed shut. The words friendly and welcoming do not spring to mind.
Finally.
Uh-oh. I suppose I should have expected that. Impressive. I wonder if the Masters know about this collection.
Probably.
The relief depicts Naughtonai, god king of the Salmony. Those other two are his daughters. They are presenting an open clamshell, which is meant to be laden with treasures. This must be the enchanted dagger the priestess mentioned. It's beautiful. A crystal ball. They're harder to use than they look. There's an oddly shaped metallic object on the floor. A set of 3 monkeys in a string of familiar poses. It is an ornate, foreign vase, probably from West Eliwold. A marble recreation of a northern wingelin. Nasty creatures. A chest for all manner of keepsakes, not necessarily the priestesses. A massive prism hangs above the dais. A circular dais occupies the center of the treasury. A book lies open.
Long ago, a proud young prince sailed upon the Erildan Sea. Standing before the expanse, he announced to its depths, "Behold, your future king! Not even the mighty Natania is greater than the sovereign I am destined to be." At that moment, a terrible storm erupted, and the waters before him opened. From the whirlpool, the god king ascended, magnificent and terrifying. "Who are you, little man, to declare yourself greater than I?" Frightened, the prince begged forgiveness. The god king regarded him sternly. "I will give you but one chance to prove your conscience is not clouded." As the prince listened, his face grew pale. On the shores of northern East Elwood, armed with only a trembling sword and shield, the prince entered a cave set into a cliff face. Light soon succumbed to darkness. He sensed he was not alone. The growl of a massive feline, the beating of wings, the wingelin The battle, though blind and fierce, was over quickly. Wiping the monster's blood from his face, the prince sliced open the beast and pulled from its chest a glowing golden heart. As he peered, he saw within it his own thoughts and deeds and all that flowed from them. The golden rays began to dim. "I promise to change," he said in a whisper. "I will not be the man I was." The organ began to glow brightly again, and a voice deep inside his mind spoke. "Though your deeds hold greater value, your words are true. You are worthy of my forgiveness." The prince returned to his kingdom. It is said he kept the ever-glowing trophy with him to the end of his days.
I don't need to lug around large lumps of gold. A heart of gold. Obviously not Ammon Cool's. A three-headed serpent. The wall shell supports a
So we've got most of these figures here.
I wonder who's missing that now. It wouldn't fit, thankfully.
Okay, so Prince spoke.
That wasn't right.
And then the prince was sent off to slay the Wingelin.
I should try that. Okay, that's weird. Is the priestess toying with me? It's me, Dark. Got it. The keyhole has a distinctive asymmetrical shape. The device I collected from the floor appears to match up, but there's one cylindrical prong missing.
That thing.
A silver cup. The priestess knows what she likes. I know better than to meddle with a god king and his family. I wouldn't want one of them. I only use authorized orbs, like the sphere of knowledge. I should be careful what I touch. I wouldn't even want a painting of it. Mages have no need of shields.
That's, questionable.
It cannot be moved. It is... These two items do... The keyhole has a distinct... The prongs on this strange device do not match up with the holes in the door. I don't want to know what the... It's locked tight. I don't want to risk damaging the dagger. That won't work on the chest. I can't use that item there.
How do I get a small cylindrical prong?
A three-headed serpent. They are too ugly to pet. Would they do more than hiss? Those three figures are legendary. Water mages know the tale well. It is said the God King Naughtonai wished to test the worth of his daughters by presenting them treasures of untold wealth. He displayed them an open clamshell, saying that only one could claim it. One of his daughters rushed forward to seize her prize, shoving aside her sister in the process, and was encased in the clam for eternity. The other, who had demonstrated patience and self-discipline, ruled in her father's name thereafter.
It'd be funny if they were both, like, pushing and fighting for it, but only one made it there first. Let's try moving the dais again in the other section.
I don't need to do that anymore.
Okay, well that answers that.
It makes the giftless happy.
Don't pretend like you're above needing money. You needed 15 coins just for the mage water.
The chest isn't locked.
Oh, hey.
But of course, it's empty. There is a sapphire brooch inside, encrusted with 4 smaller stones.
Fits in your conductor?
These two These
Didn't even know I could have armor. But still. I think I lose a lot of health if I do that.
The only way out of the treasury is solid, heavy, and completely immovable. Judging by the lock, which bears 4 asymmetrical indentations, I will need a unique key to open it. The keyhole has a... The device I collected from the floor appears to match up. These two... I can't use that. I have little use. A silver cup. A massive prism. A circular dais. A heart of gold. The treasury of Amun-Kul. A drain keeps the palace treasury from flooding. There is nothing in the drain. There's a depth to the mirror. There's a short length of metal inside.
That was hard to find.
I should be... There. The prong fits securely in... I don't want to explore the world beyond the mirror treasury. Having...
You are most resourceful. I have one last task for you. Only the purity of Lake Lorelei will reawaken the magic of this blade. It must be dipped by my hand, else the dagger cannot resist the curse of my imprisonment. Bring me water from the lake, and you shall have what you came for.
Convenient.
Amun-Kul said that the dagger must be dipped by her own hand. I have the water.
Finally.
I didn't think I was gone that long.
Can you imagine? For centuries surrounded by the means, without the means to attain it? My jailers have a sense of humor, at least. But they sent initiates, one after the other. Hundreds must have stepped through those doors, each with their trinkets. Piece by piece, drop by drop, I acquired enough to fashion this blade.
You created the dagger? Why?
It does not matter. With its magic restored, I am now ready.
I only require a small lock of hair.
A lock? Silly boy, I will not waste the blade's power on a trim.
Then what?
You must forgive the deception. What do you think of your new home?
Oh no, your sudden yet inevitable
Why so sad?
betrayal.
Does the child miss his mother? She does not remember you. As for your father...
Don't talk about my family! What is this?
Motivation. I have had lifetimes to divine the conditions of this cage. For an eternity and more, I thought this my endless prison. Yet no cage is inescapable. It may have taken longer than the world needed to forget me, but I have discovered its weakness. The generosity of others. You, my almost mage, are going to free me.
What?
Simply agree to take my place, and my time here is ended. Before you answer, consider. I can teach you much, more than any of your brethren are willing or able. You dream of becoming the mightiest of mages. I have seen that future, and can help you achieve it. You need only say yes. A small price, you must agree.
Why the dagger, then?
A mere formality, a ritual. Nothing you won't forget in a few centuries.
You can forget it now! I won't help you!
Do not be so hasty. You will not find the alternative pleasant. I will leave you here to reconsider. I have learned patience, among other things. When you have made your decision, you need only scream for me.
500 years. Who could live like that? Unchanging, eternal, decaying within. I can smell time's waste in this dungeon. It's sick with entropy. Even the walls. The shackles, though rusted, are too strong.
And now they're also wet.
The cracks in the metal shackle have given way. Now for the other shackle.
What the hell? Why does that work? Okay, whatever.
Not a nice lady. This device has come loose from its wall fixtures. The old lock fell to bits.
Oh, yeah. Totally knew what I was doing there.
It has spikes. Lots of them. Absolutely not. A stone cobra, poised to strike. Though merely decorative, I'd prefer to keep my hands off. Skeletal remains of a prisoner. A dais, There is some residue around the edges. Is that? No. I don't want to know. Not while I'm in control of my faculties.
Oh.
Sneaking into a woman's bedchamber? Such impudence!
Etiquette doesn't apply to people like you.
People like me? In 500 years there have been none. You stand before an ocean storm, child. My will is but its waves.
All I see is a failed mage, drowning in her own irrelevance.
Whoa.
Strong words spoken by those whose heads now line my walls. So choose your next carefully. I offer you immortality and power. Tell me your answer.
Why? Are you going deaf in your old age?
Ooh.
As you wish. I need only wait for the next initiate. Whereas you, pupil, are due for your lesson.
This isn't going my way.
Not enough mana.
Luckily, I have a lot of HP. Huh.
They both collapsed at the same time. Interesting.
I did not expect that.
The crab is lifeless.
He's got lots of gems. We should help ourselves to these.
The crab isn't... That book looks fairly ancient. It's open... The priestess appears incapacitated. She's not in the mood to talk, for a change. I cannot obtain the lock of hair by yanking it. This isn't something I wish to open in a hurry. The small blue jewelry box has an intricate design. It's only a reflection of the surface. Perfume bottles. Perhaps the priestess has an odor issue. Finally, I have a lock of her hair.
Oh, I keep accidentally skipping
I'm
dialogue.
listening.
There is a tome. Not in any library, but in the hands of one who does not understand its power. You are fated to find both.
Assuming you're right, what then?
Seek the tome, then I shall instruct you further.
She has fallen unconscious. Is this more guile? Should I believe her? Eternal imprisonment is punishment enough. Frogs prefer the wetter regions of Ignor.
You have returned, Initiate Dark.
Your efforts thus far have proven your value to this tower.
We accept the lock of hair as proof of your accomplishment.
Do not grow complacent. The most challenging tasks lie ahead.
The priestess Amankul lives, despite your opportunity to dispatch her.
I'm a little surprised they knew that already.
Trait we encourage among all our castes.
Stand tall in the knowledge that you represent us well.
Rest now, then turn your mind to the mountains, where you will need wits as sharp as the eyes that keep watch from there.
I didn't expect an animated scene. It's animated a bit poorly, but whatever.
Who goes there?
No one special. At least not yet.
You're one of them from that tower.
Most astute.
What do you want?
A word and your cooperation. I can make it worth your while.
Keep talking.
I think it's time to revisit the sphere of knowledge.
I think so too.
Word is getting around that you vanquished the priestess in battle. Well done.
Seeker of power, employ your element. Find the key in a place opposed. Unlock what is yours.
Now that I have the key, what is it supposed to unlock? I have already located the key.
The tests are designed to hone your skills through an intensive period of performing under stress. To know your element, as the sphere instructs, is to know yourself. Like yourself, I was admitted when I was 6. There were a number of children around my age at the time. Many of us became good friends, though I have lost track of most of them. There are few halls dedicated to the survival of not only the individual, but also to that of our kind. The sphere of knowledge contains the learning of all our known gifts. It decides when you are ready to receive new abilities. You should return to it when you have gained more experience. To think any of us might have been born without our element's blessing. How do our giftless cousins cope? We are the born leaders, the frontliners. We blaze trails through history and let others follow, if they can. I am as you see me. I have great respect for all our masters, Pyres in particular. From the day I arrived, Master Pyres saw in me what others would not. He helped me become the mage I am today. Have you been listening to gossip? No one knows for certain who will succeed the Fire Master. I have heard only what you have, that it has come down to myself and Mage Himilaya. He will enjoy my full support should he become Fire Master, just as Pyres does now. You have grown from strength to strength over the years. I am pleased to have had a part in your education. I would be honored to assist you in It is a proud day when a novice receives his first conductor. Guard it well. It will channel your gifts into more, shall we say, aggressive uses. By adding gems to the 2 empty sockets, your power shall grow even stronger. Use it wisely and with restraint. Remember our rule. Gifts are not to be used in opposition unless in self-defense, and never against your giftless cousins. You may find that limiting, but more so the consequences should you transgress that law. During the element's reckoning, volatile conditions caused the rapid formation of mineral artifacts beneath the scorched earth. Being a product of elemental convergence, these gemstones can channel the power of the elements. They are essential to the further enhancement of your abilities. Keep your eyes open for them. They may appear to you at any time. This hall was once dedicated entirely to the art of combat. How things change. Now, even some giftless dare consider us not the warriors we once were. Still, perhaps it's best they do not know. Despite the efforts of many, the old traditions endure. Study can only take you so far. The real world is the master instructor. It will show you your potential and even ways to exceed it. The traditional protections of the giftless are too cumbersome for spellcasting. However, there exist less restrictive artifacts, which may provide a safeguard when added to your conductor. We may be chosen, but we are not immune to nature's effects. Look for opportunities to improve your well-being. It may mean lasting a few moments longer than your opponent. It is one thing to have power. It is another. Your capacity for magic is crucial in a fight. Push yourself to the limit. See how far you can go between drinks, as it were. Strength is power. In short, the stronger you are, the faster your foes will fall. As you learn, so shall your ability to apply your knowledge. In time, you may exceed even your own limitations. Preparation is always advisable, however short the journey. The better equipped, the greater your chances of survival. You will find it a most beneficial resource for fully revitalizing your mana. A shame it can only be found in our tower's fountain hall. The right restorative can return your energies. Do not expect to win a fight without magic. The thought alone is obscene. Ideally, you would never need one, but only a fool would be without. We may become ill, as our giftless cousins often do, in which case the remedy should remain always within our grasp. It is a regrettable truth that we live in such a dangerous world. One should have knowledge of all potential adversaries. Heed my words, lest you not live to appreciate them. When venomous arachnids are aware of human flesh, there is no stopping them, short of a boot. Unfortunately, there aren't boots large enough for these creatures, so magic must suffice. The undersized scourge of Bloodbark Forest. They have infested it for many generations. Do not let their size deceive you, not even the smaller ones. Beware their hammers, daggers, clubs, and arrows, at least until you are able to resist such a miniature onslaught. When the bones of the dead cannot rest, they can become a nuisance. It is best to remind them what they are meant for. Large-legged, fish-like creatures which are said to inhabit the palace upon Lone Island, as well as the forest. They are as vicious as they are fast. Be wary of their teeth, claws, and tailspin attacks. When does a man become a monster? The day he forsakes the laws of the land and turns to anarchy. These immoral rogues cannot be trusted or reasoned with. If they see you, imagine a huge worm and a mouth large enough to devour a man whole. If you're lucky. They move beneath the wastelands, their teeth as sharp as their hunger. Watch out for their venomous spit. Though their two heads equate to less than a single mind, their massive bulk and crushing mallets are not to be taken lightly. These brutes are to be avoided by all but the strongest mages. A spirit who cannot find rest can be a potent foe, neither living nor dead. The only... News turns slower here than a roasting marsh slug. That is where gossip comes in. I hear your friend Bort has finished his 4,000th book and is planning to hold a party to celebrate. I am more inclined to believe the former. I hear your friend Bort has finished... This one sounds fairly straightforward. I am not a huge fan of heights myself. Should you desire to meet with Chief Hawkane or his son Falk, I suggest diplomacy. Failing that, grow some wings. In either case, you will not be able to fight or bluff your way into their valley. The guards are well trained. He must have been about half your age when you arrived in Ignor. His kind grow fast. It will not be long before he ascends to his father's throne. A proud man, if that is the word. We have done our utmost to ensure he has no reason to feel prejudice against us. It would be unwise to engage them in combat. It has been the home of the Flightarian people since the last of the rogue forms were eliminated. Jonas might know more, if you are lucky. A little tough, but if you add some marinade... Exercise the utmost caution, or else you'll have a fight on your hands. Even if you survive such an encounter, your actions will not be forgiven. I imagine it would fry well. Of those who have survived such an altercation, most did so only with a Watermaster's healing. I doubt they would cause you much bother with their wings aflame. That's the spirit.
I bet this key opens the chest in my room.
I have been trying to open this chest since I arrived 10 years ago. Could it be that this key... There's a scroll inside the chest. Do these runes pertain to my next spells? I'd love to know who created that sphere. I should show this to the...
Receive your power.
Cool. Yeah. I'm so glad to have Elleport. Okay, so I also have hail. AoE damage. And a slow. Pretty good combo.
Huh? You took care of the priestess, I see.
You saw?
I watched everything.
I'm not sure whether I should feel grateful or disturbed.
Why not both?
May I use your telescope?
Of course. What do you want to see?
The mountains.
All right. All set.
There is a winged guard at the entrance to Flyteria.
Varner said I knew something about rogue forms. Well, I must then. Let's see. Oh yes, they were once creatures of the gaseous plane, able to assume any form they wished. For that reason, along with their behavior in those guises and the risks they posed during the wars, they were considered a threat and destroyed. It's one of the few times in our history that air mages took an offensive stance, though I suspect we were coerced by our hot-headed brethren. Such a pity. I would have liked the chance to examine a rogue form. In a bottle, of course. Without a doubt, the best of the three. All those feathers. I had thought of shifting the observation hall view to one of the peaks, but then I wouldn't be able to see them anymore. My third favorite species. He will make an excellent heir. The Flytarians are blessed to have such a wise and noble leader. Not to mention tidy. That's very important.
As you would know.
Exactly. Not that talkative, but who wants a chatty guard? I have made numerous visits to the Flytarian Valley over the years, though the last time I was disallowed entry. Maybe it was something I said? Ah! Those fine specimens guarding the mountain path take their roles seriously.
That may be. but I still need to get past them.
A kind gesture never strays upon the wind.
What does that mean?
Try to win their favor. There must be some way you can be of service to them. I've observed that they seem to take issue with the nearby wasps. Perhaps if you were to remove them?
Couldn't hurt, I suppose.
Well, actually, it could. Be sure it doesn't hatch, or you will be a mother before your time.
Don't you mean father?
Don't confuse the child. Proud and regal creatures, like those who have pledged to protect them. You will never find more diligent parents. Irritable creatures, their stings can leave a nasty rash, assuming they don't kill you outright. Don't get too close.
Is there a way to pacify them?
Have you tried singing to them?
No, and I'm not going to.
Oh, what about putting them to sleep then? That should calm them down.
Really?
Works for humans, doesn't it? I have heard that the fruit of a certain plant has an intoxicating effect on insects. You can barely keep them away. Or awake.
Which plant?
No idea. They're not really my thing. Keep your head in the clouds.
I should see if Bort has any insight to offer about this intoxicating plant.
Dark! You survived the palace!
You don't have to sound so surprised.
I'm sorry.
Phileum is Varner's rival for the position of Fire Master, once Pyres retires. From what I hear, he's not the betting mage's favorite. Phileum won't speak to me. Maybe because I told a few dozen people that I thought Varner was a better candidate for Fire Master. I've never felt comfortable just being around him, so a friendly nudge is out of the question.
I know the plant Jonas was referring to. There's a tingleberry bush growing in the woodland just outside of town. The berries, when dried and crushed, release an intoxicating aroma. Heating the powder in an incense burner will increase its potency. This should be quite effective against the wasps.
Where am I supposed to find an incense burner?
Seems like the sort of knick-knack the giftless would take an interest in.
Are you sure this will work? I saw ants swarming all over the tingleberries. They weren't affected.
Technically, ingesting enough should knock any creature out cold. Insects, however, aren't known for their large appetites. Besides, have you ever tried force-feeding a wasp?
Point taken.
You'll have to smoke them out. I'm expecting the complete Chronicles of the Missing Continent series to arrive any week now. Almost entirely speculative, of course. No one knows where North and South Eliwell got to. Still, there's no harm in entertaining a little fiction now and again, so long as it's largely grounded in reality. And some think we have no imaginations. There's an idea floating around in the capital that our 4 castes should be paired into 2. Have you ever heard anything more ridiculous? Just the thought of being paired with the air mages. Ready to read up on your second task? What do you need to know?
Something about the mountains.
I know just the thing. You should be able to find it now. Those formations are the most fascinating thing about the whole valley. They build their homes in the trees, which I can appreciate on some level, but why so far from the ground? I have not had the privilege. By reputation, he's a little quick to judge. You didn't hear me say that. I imagine they're an effective deterrent. You have to admire people who preserve nature the way they have. Any creature that attacks an innocent ground dweller from the air is born out of cowardice. You can tell Jonas I said that. Not that he'll remember.
Oops.
Be careful that it doesn't hatch. I heard that griffins form strong attachments to their parents. There's a book, Bestiary Volume 7, which describes griffins as majestic as they are territorial, best viewed from a distance. You should probably heed its advice. That is one for Jonas, I think.
Newly initiated water mage at your service. She was my mentor. Now that I've learned all I can from her, I'm looking to more knowledgeable sources.
It wouldn't really go. Your brooch, I believe?
I'm impressed. I almost expected you to hold on to it. Or sell it.
I keep my word, Cray.
So it would seem. Did you have fun with the priestess?
Fun might be too strong a word, but I won't forget the experience in a hurry.
No doubt. Enjoy the rest of your trials.
The berries have been crushed into a fine powder. It's not mine. No need to blow it up. I noticed you have an incense burner. Is it for sale?
That depends. It is of immense sentimental value.
How much?
If you were prepared to risk your life for me, we might be able to come to a deal.
If not?
You would find the deal less palatable.
I'm listening.
When I first arrived, traveling through the northern wastelands, I was accosted by bandits. Fortunately, I managed to conceal my most valuable belongings. If you were to retrieve them...
Where are they exactly?
Ah, the mind and the eye seldom agree.
You don't remember?
I recall a deep ravine, a lifeless shrub, and the brittle remains of a beast and its master. My belongings lie in the vicinity of those. Here, this map may aid you.
I'll see what I can do.
Should you have any bones to spare, I could use them to make charms. For luck, you understand.
He's music to his own ears, at least. A self-taught bard. Some say they should be outlawed. I might appreciate his talents.
So, will you meet him, Finn?
Shh! Not so loud!
But will you?
I'll consider it.
I've never met a single one, honest.
What's wrong with you?
Nothing. I don't like it when the rocks come tumbling down on your head.
You mean avalanches?
Do I? I like birds.
You like eating birds?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not a climber, but I don't mind the mountains. Just because they have wings doesn't mean they have the right to look down on us.
But they do look down on us.
Pug, just Oh, forget it! I possess an item I think someone of your talents would find beneficial. If you were to pay me, us, the token sum of 70 gold coins, we might be able to arrange a trade.
I don't have enough money.
Well, let me know when you do. It's a professional discourtesy to reveal one's sources. Let's just say the previous owner, a mage no less, won't be needing it anymore. I have nothing against you lot, so long as you stay in your towers for the most part and don't bother us giftless folk. That's what you call us, isn't it?
Among other things.
What?
Nothing.
Watch your back out there.
In addendum to the previous decrees of the day, it is hereby unlawful to be wearing the same colors as your most generous and compassionate lordship. A fashion faux pas tax will be levied upon the offending party, the resulting proceeds of which will be used to expand further the necessarily diverse range of your lord's garments. Again, I bid you good day.
He looks like he doesn't have enough sharp spoons in his eyeballs.
It looks like a normal map of the wastelands.
And we're looking for this. It's probably like up 1, 2, 3, and then to the right. Neato. I need to start getting things up to base 3, or I won't be able to use cool stuff.
This looks like the area Long described. It's a bit late to lend a help. True to his word, Sealong's valuables are stashed here. I don't want to uproot it.
Now we. Alright, so that should be plenty of goodies for Sealong. Hopefully all the venom and bones and things will be enough to help pay for the incense burner after the price reduction.
I can't use...
Seven gold coins. May this reward of 5 gold.
Talk about a sales pitch. It's not my...
By your actions do you prove your worth. Here is the incense burner.
Thank you.
That which is loaned is best returned.
I promise to give it back when I'm done.
A promise seeks always a companion indeed. Should you have any...
Doesn't look like returning his stuff got him any new inventory.
I've packed all the tingleberry powder that will fit. I can't use that. I can't... Turning the knob only extinguishes the lit incense burner. I'll need to light it manually.
I am conveniently without way to light it.
prepared.
There are more accessible fires. I don't think my private hall cupboard. The wandering curio merchant has brought his junk. The last thing I need is a sweat.
So all we need is a teeny tiny bit of fire. And of course, it's going to be a tremendous issue.
The fireplace is... The incense burner, I had better not breathe this too deeply.
Okay, maybe not so tremendous.
I can't use... The wasps are back inside their hive. I'll still need a way to... I can't use... I've captured the wasps in a flask. The vespiary... Now that I have removed those bothersome... Who in their right... These two... They don't look... A pair of winged Flyterian... It is a young Flyterian male. From the look of it, his leg is injured. At his left...
Stay away from me! Leave me be! Stay away! I will hurt you, human! Go!
Hold still.
It is my leg, human. I do not need...
His leg isn't broken, but it's badly burned, and there's a sharp rock fragment embedded in the wound. Drink this. It should ease the pain enough to help you walk. We just have to attend to the wound first.
You had better be careful, human. What? Thank you, human.
Come on. Up you get.
It's no use, human. I still cannot walk.
I'll have to dress the wound. I've bound his leg as best I can. I am Dark, by the way. What's your name?
Falk. Why are you helping me?
I could not leave you to suffer.
Your human friends thought otherwise.
What happened?
I was flying over the town. I know I am not meant to, but I like seeing it up close. As I passed over your lord's home, flame engulfed my leg and caught my wing.
Flame? From an arrow?
It must have been. I made it as far as the pass, and landed here. I may never fly again. There is no greater shame for my people.
If you permit me, Falk, I will return with you to your valley. I need to speak with your leader. He might be less hostile if you are with me.
As you have helped me, that seems only fair. I will call for Chief Hawkane at the entrance.
You say the humans targeted you, Falk? The Lord's own guards?
I saw only the direction the flame came from. The largest ground perch. Miguel's home, I think. A moment later, it struck my leg and scorched my wing.
This is most serious. The worst incident since these troubles began.
Sorry to interrupt, Chief Hawkane, but to what troubles do you refer?
You will do well to remember that a human's place is second among Flyterians, less when he is trespassing.
He helped me, Father.
Indeed. That is why he still lives.
Father?
Ask your questions, human, but be quick. What business have you with our most revered wards?
Maybe it's too soon to be asking for an egg. Perhaps if I were to gain their trust somehow. You mentioned troubles. Maybe I can help.
I think not. Our relations with the humans are strained of late, and this season's envoys have not yet arrived. In addition, we have spied the Lord's own citizens entering the forest, where no human should dare tread. If Miguel is conspiring with the forest folk, as I suspect,
and humans have formed such an impure alliance, we would have no choice but to cleanse this land of their tainted blood. More recent and pressing are the thefts committed against our own citizens. Only your kind would possess such frivolous items as those left in our perches. We have never fully trusted them. His envoys have borne lesser gifts in recent seasons, strange as the price of our protection has not lowered. The goblins are long known to seek communion with the lower world. They should be purged from the...
Perhaps there is a misunderstanding.
No, my sources are infallible. I have eyes on the ground. I am not wrong. Humans have entered our city without permission. Coupled with today's unforgivable attack,
Have you searched your city for the missing property?
Why would we?
I would like to see these perches for myself.
You suggest we are capable of a ground dweller's dishonesty? That insult alone hardens my resolve. No human shall again pass beyond this.
I will allow him, Father.
What is this? You cannot...
Is it not our law that any Flyterian, chief son or no, may grant outsiders passage through our territory?
It is so. But know that you would be responsible for this human, Falk. Were he to abuse your trust, your life would be forfeit. I could do nothing to change that.
I understand.
Very well. You may see these perches, human, once you have shown respect and paid tribute. But remember, should your actions compromise my son, you will suffer by my own talons. Yours would be the first blood in a war that now seems unavoidable. Sperrin, take Falk home. Condur, you shall escort the human around our city. Be vigilant at all times.
Very creative names.
Welcome to the city of Flyteria.
I've had better greetings. Alright, gonna call it there. Have a good night, guys.